Hello, and welcome back. It's going to be Blueprint, it's going to be day 89, but I'm not going to click that button just yet, because what I want to do first is take another careful look at all of these blue tents memos. I'm going to read through every single one and think about them all. I, of course, as usual, will drop chapters, so if this is not interesting, then skip right ahead. So, Clock Tower, which I found on day 70. Is that the day when I first saw that note? Because I think I saw that note before I realized that it was actually a blue tents memo. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it says, "In eclipses only appear in the north sky." And I see that I'm missing a quote on that. So, yeah, these are my thoughts that I've already had about that. Should I zoom this in just a little? Maybe I should. Let's go this far. So there is one at the back wall of room 46, and that is in the north. Then there's one in the secret garden. There's one on the moon pendant. And the moon pendant seems to be also worn by what's her name? Orve. Always seen in the north sky, or only appear in the north sky rather. So yeah, I've thought about this before, about whether I should rotate the secret garden back wall thingy so that the inner eclipse is in the north. But then should it be in the north, or should it be facing the south so that you can see it in the north if you were south of it? I don't know. I tried rotating it, but I mean, that just gives you one of the levers, doesn't it, if you face it that way? Or I forget what it reveals, but it might depend if you're in the east wing or west wing. I don't know. I think I'm going to leave this alone. I don't know what it's trying to tell me. I don't know if it's relevant. I think I'm going to not worry about it for now. The Rotunda, there are 4 different ways to rotate rooms. I already know. These are the 4 ways. Fine. Rumpus room. The real Alzara was an Arajan soothsayer who belonged to the royal court of Ares. The court of Ares. Royal court of Ares. Okay, so what does Ares actually mean? Because I had an idea that Ares might mean it might mean monarch or reign or something. Royal court of, where was I? Here. So I guess it could be royal court of the royalty, royal court of the monarchs, royal court of the king, something like that. Or it could just mean, could be the name of a place. Could literally be place, you know, like stan at the end of things just means place, area. I don't know. I don't think I can draw too much from that in terms of what this word actually means. So I'm gonna move on. He was banished from the realm in the 15th year of Egira for a prophecy that did not come to pass. And I've written here 15th year of Egira. Egira is the middle era, and I'm guessing I've got that from Edge, and I knew that from the map, I suppose, which gave me J as being outer or edge. And here it is again in J. Ari Yana. Outer. Because could this mean that J. Ari is an outsider called Ari? If Yana means land, or the name of a place, could this be outside? Ari's almost like Aries, isn't it? Do I have ES? Does that mean anything? No. Okay, we go back. to... Where was I? Blue Tents Memos. Right. Banished from the realm in the 15th year of the Middle Era, which... Is that the Third Era? For prophecy that did not come to pass. Okay, I've written here that it is progress and prosperity, but is that really the Middle Era? Why have I written that it is? Do I have anything else about that? See, I've got problems with my notes here where I have written that it is Third Era, comma, Edge Era, but I don't remember whether that is just something that I decided, or whether I actually had that confirmed somewhere. Damn it, I don't know. What else could this be telling me? It could just be trying to teach me some Erajan. It could be saying that he's not perfect because he was banished for a prophecy that didn't come to pass. So it could mean that I shouldn't take everything that he says as fact. It could be telling me something about the 15th year, although... yeah, I don't know. Alright, we move on. The drawing room. Months are slightly longer than days, so this was just a... I believe that this was just simply a clue for the safe puzzle in that room. So I move on. Music room. There is a major key hanging on a wall in the safe house. Now, I looked at it quite carefully, according to this on day 73. I didn't find nothing. And, well, just what it says there. I think it must be talking about seek what's in the shade of truth. Did it say seek what's in the shade of truth, or we seek what's in the shade of truth? I haven't written we seek anywhere, so I guess it was just seek. Here. Yeah, so I think it must be to do with that, though I don't know... I still don't know what it means. The only thing that I can think of... I guess there's a couple of things I can think of. The truth could be red. In the book, The Red Prince, it says red is the only true color, and true was highlighted in some way, whether it was bolded or it was in red or something. But am I supposed to be replacing red with blue everywhere? Because... yeah. And the other thing, of course, is in the chessboard puzzle in the study, where the directory entry says something along the lines of realized in the shade of her creativity or something like that. I definitely need to think more about this, but right now I don't know what to do with it. And so I think I keep going. So, Her Ladyship Clara Epsom was laid to rest on the 11th of June, 1983. Now, I've written this into my timelines, and I don't know exactly why this date is going to be important, but it gives it to me, and so it feels like it must be important. Now, I'm still thinking about endings or done dates in terms of the study puzzle, but I've tried this date in that safe, and it did not open. So I can only assume there's something else, there's some other reason that I need to know the specific date that she was laid to rest. And I've said this before, but being laid to rest doesn't necessarily mean you died on that day. This would be the day that you're buried, or interred, or whatever's happening to you. But to keep things simple, I imagine that this was the date that she died. In terms of simplifying the storytelling and simplifying puzzles, like it would just muddy things to mention this when in fact she died like 1 or 2 days before or whatever. But yeah, I don't know what to do with it. Especially since June being the sixth month, that's one of the numbers I'm not supposed to use, right? In the safes, they're not supposed to have 6, 7, or 9 or something. Yeah, will not contain 6, 7, or 9. So I move on, without knowing exactly what to do with that. Classroom, grade 1, flag colours, green for nuance, pink for Vera, orange for Karaka. Yeah, I think that is just face value. Then wine cellar, the numerals below the coat of arms are 4 different numbers, not 1. Okay, and these are various ways of breaking them up. I think this one is probably complete nonsense and should be ignored. The indices of the letters of the English alphabet. 4 different numbers, not 1, but another one told me how to break them up. It's 1 numeral, then 2 numerals, then 2 numerals, then 2 numerals. I should note that here. The Mechanarium. I'm supposed to by 1 numeral, then 2, then 2, then 2. So it would be 1,211, 2. I don't see the point. Because if I add up all of the digits, which another memo says to do, then I get 1 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, plus 2 plus 0 plus 0, plus 1 plus 1 plus 2. And that gives me 7. But if I add up the numerals from the straight up number 1213, I get 1, 3, 4, 7. The same. If I add up these, same thing, I get 7. If I add up the digits of these, I get 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I add up the digits here, I get 4. I mean, this is nonsense. So I get 7 no matter which way I do it. So there are 4 numbers, not 1. And according to the other memo, these, well, specifically, these are the 4 numbers. I move on. There is only one location in the estate where every room in the drafting pool can be drafted. And I think now I know that that's the outer room. Because nothing else makes sense. I think this must be the outer room by the blessing of the monk. And it is interesting that it says in the estate rather than in the house, because that allows for that. Because otherwise, I would have conflicts, right? The secret garden can only be drafted on the wings between ranks 2 and 8, I believe. The Conservatory can only be drafted in the corners of the house, which the secret garden cannot. They're both in the drafting pool. Is the secret garden technically in the drafting pool? I don't know, but even if I forget about that, the master bedroom can only be drafted in the east wing, and her ladyship's chamber can only be drafted in the west wing. So they conflict with each other. And so if there is one location where every room in the drafting pool can be drafted, and those two are certainly in the drafting pool, then it has to be the outer room. Okay, so I think this one seems solved. Or rather, I think I understand this one. So the Dovecote says three members of the Sinclair family have attended school overseas in Carrarica. I know that Mary and Herbert did. I don't know about the third one. And I don't know if this is important. I mean, if Herbert went there, then probably Simon did too. Maybe Thomas went there. I don't know. We move on. Study. The chessboard in this room contains a portmanteau. Contains a portmanteau. Now this almost makes me think like a cryptic crossword. Like, should I be looking at the words here? Should I be looking at the literal phrase, the chessboard in this room? And then supposing that contains a portmanteau. If so, what would that portmanteau be? This isn't saying that you can produce a portmanteau from this phrase. This is saying that it already has one. So... where would that be? I think I'm probably talking nonsense here. I can't think what it might be. I mean, there's all sorts of things you could turn into, like chess, for example. I don't know, for the end of the word, a baroness, for example, ends in S. So something that starts with ch and baroness, you could portmanteau into chess, I suppose. I'm not sure that's helpful. So of course I need to think more about portmanteaus. I need to think about what the portmanteau could be. I need to think more about whether D8 equals date would count in Blueprints Land as a portmanteau, or D1 as done, or G8 as gate, or 8E as 80. I do think that I probably have everything I need to solve the study, but I'm just unable to put it together. I'm going to move on for now. The garage. The license plate on this car is an acronym. Swinsung. Have I tried Swinsung at the Blackbridge? I haven't noted it, if so. I sort of doubt it, but I'll give it a try. And that has nothing to do with it being an acronym. And yeah, Swansong being an acronym for Swansong, that doesn't even make sense. An acronym means that we need to expand almost always each of the letters. Just expanding a couple of the letters or adding vowels where vowels are missing, that does not make an acronym. I would call shenanigans on this clue, if that's really what all it's saying. Like, add a couple of A's and now we call it an acronym? No, that's not an acronym. So, am I supposed to somehow expand this into a phrase? Can I do a search for S? How am I going to do this? Not a space, as many of those as you like, and then W. Oh, wait, and then a space, and then a W, and then not space however many times, a space, an N, not a space however many times, S, and I think it's failing already. Have I done something wrong? Oh, I need a space there. Is that failing? That's failing already. So no, I don't have any phrases in my notes here that have words starting S something, W something, N something, S something. I don't know. Sinclair. Will not. No, this is silly. I move on. Conference room. Red memos were created by Kirk Darren and approved by the Baron, and questionably served as the estate's primary security system. This seems like either just flavor or lore or something silly, or it could be just trying to give me hints on who Kirk Darren is, linking him to security. Or it could be saying that though red memos, if printed, are false and if handwritten are true, though many of them are false, it could be saying that even the false ones are there for a reason, and I should be sort of both trusting that they're false and trying to look at the converse. It could be telling me that. I don't know what else it could be telling me. We're going to move on. Boiler room. The high-pressure condenser box is connected to not one but two remote power boxes. Yes, I know this. One of them opens the door from the underpass, and another one opens a door in the tunnel going towards the blue door. Next, security. Surveillance recordings can only be accessed via the terminal located in security. That is just a game mechanics thing, and I don't think there's more to it than that. I move on. If you have a hall pass, bookshop will be more likely to be drawn while drafting in the library. That, again, seems like a game mechanics thing, and I don't think I need to think about it any more than that. The billiard room / break room says the bullseye operation can trigger multiple times. Again, game mechanics. The dining room says there are 10 different dishes that can be served in this room. Neat. I think I started writing some of them down. I forget how many main dishes there are, but I've also seen some of the side dishes. I might not have seen all of them yet. I suppose there's one for each different type of spread, so I could probably enumerate the possible options and figure out which ones I've seen and which ones I haven't. Then we've got the sin associated with this room is often associated with one's use of time, and I think that's just plain a clue for the roommate puzzle. Sloth. Now we've got Vault, day 88. I don't know why I said day 88. It's day 77. That's weird that it came out that way. Whatever. The family core is unlocked only by the sum of its digits. Now, what could the family core be? It feels to me... Excuse me. It feels to me that there aren't too many options on what it could be. Unless there's, just some hidden box which is called the family core, and I have not found it yet, and I need to open it. Unless it's something like that, then it seems pretty likely to me that the family core is sort of the core of the estate, the cavernous vaults that are buried underneath, where Castle Orindia appears to be, and quite possibly behind that blue door. It's unlocked only by the sum of its digits. But if it's its digits, then the family core itself has digits. And so perhaps the family core refers to the crest, or the coat of arms, whatever you want to call it. And so could it be a hidden door in the wine cellar? I've searched that room pretty carefully. And that's not the only place that the crest exists. It also appears in the master bedroom and possibly elsewhere. I don't remember where else, if so. My best guess is that it refers to the blue door. Unlocked only by the sum of its digits. Well, that sum, as far as I can tell, is 7. Which is weird, because this game's all about the number 8. The numbers 8 and 46 are just everywhere in this game. So to have 7, that is a little weird. But it's also the number of letters that allegedly I'm going to be able to find, according to Alzara. Is that relevant? Interesting? Pertinent? But how would I even then use that number to unlock it? There's no input mechanism. I'm apparently holding the 7 red letters and it's not opening for me. I don't know. I move on. The utility closet said DC Power's designs for the VAC controllers were partly inspired by the gift they received from their client, an original Nora J box. So it could be that the tapping on particular colors on there actually does exactly what those colors do on a Nora J box. I don't think it's important because I've solved that. But maybe if you've somehow really struggled with the utility closet puzzle and yet you know all of the rules for all of the Nora J boxes, then maybe you can use that to help you solve it. Could it be that there's actually more to the utility closet than meets the eye? I mean, more than I already know that it... You know what I mean? More than the door, the panel opening and you getting the control to open the... What did it open? The gemstone mine, I think? Could it be that playing around with those controls in a different way does something else? Honestly, I think probably not. I think probably not, and I think I'm not going to chase it. I move on. The locker room. The memo next to this is a lie, and it's next to a green memo saying Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. So, okay, Kirk Darren is not a pseudonym. I'm fine with that. If a blue thing says the green thing is a lie, then the green thing's a lie. Sauna, same day. Saunas are commonplace in both businesses and residences in Karaka. So, is this only telling me that Karaka is cold? I think it might be. I think it might be a little bit of help if you're struggling with the sigils. And I think that's all there is to that one. So moving on to the lab. Sinker Inc., founded in 1933. Do I have that in my timeline? Yes. Has 2 facilities. Sinker Labs in Reddington and Sinker Quartz. I've got to type it there. A 16-story. And it said it that way. Otherwise I wouldn't have put sick. So it's not this. 16-story facility located in downtown Oris, featuring 8 floors above ground and 8 floors below ground. What am I supposed to do with this? This does sound interesting. 16-story with a typo. Where has 16 come up in the game? It's come up in the fact that there are 16 upgrade discs, allegedly. Is this trying to tell me that the 16th upgrade disc is in downtown Oris, or 8 floors below ground? Are there 16 books? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, that's not a book. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. Possibly plus some other drafting strategy guides. Maybe there are 16 books that I can read? But even if so, what am I going to do with that? And I don't know. So could this just be flavor? Could its purpose be to tell me when it was founded? 1933. So is this going to tell me who built it, who founded it? Mary was born 58. Denny, Bridget, Robert, Christoph, Courtney, Kimberly, Chef de Camp, Detective Bon Margot, Caleb Manning, Philip White, Paul Withers, Hartley Rota, Randolph, Simon. Probably born 3 years after HSS, probably 1923. Herbert, born 1920. So if this company was founded in 1933, it wasn't his company, unless he's 13 years old when he founds the thing, which seems unlikely. Thomas Sinclair, perhaps it was his company. That seems reasonable. What more do I know about Sinker? Sinker heiress. So she is the Sinker heiress. Okay. Sinker Court. And I think I've gone all the way around. So yeah, I don't know what more to do with this. So I move on. The aquarium. This tank contains a red herring. And it was on the tank depicting the patio, the hallway or corridor or whatever, and the laundry room. So yeah, as I've noted here, I think it's telling me that I can only dig in one of those 2 spots, or that the hallway diorama means nothing. And I think I am happy with that. I think it's trying to discourage you from thinking too much harder about that once you've already dug up the thing. So I think I could only dig something up in one of the 2 spots, or it could be that you could never dig something up in the laundry room, come to think of it. Maybe that was never a possibility. Either way, Either way, I think I'm done with that, and I shouldn't think about it anymore. Trophy room. There were a total of 8 gems removed from the ruby crown of Veranda Ares, so sure. We believe that they've all been removed and stashed in the 8 safes. I don't even know where the 8th safe is. Thinking about it again, no, some of them have surfaced, haven't they? And there wasn't a gem in every one. Red letters. Here we go. So, there is a ruby in that one. Don't know about the study. Let's assume there is one. So that's 2. The boudoir has one, 3. The drafting studio does not have one, still 3. The drawing room does have one, 4. I haven't written that down. The shelter has one, and the office has one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 in the letters, plus possibly 1 in the study. Okay, so which ones didn't have one? Just the drafting studio, because the safe was too small. So 6, I think, between all of these safes. And 2 of the crown's 8 rubies have surfaced. So that would suggest that there could only be... There could be no more rubies to find other than potentially 1 in the study. And then wherever the 8th safe is, no ruby in there. Because the other 2 are apparently not on the estate. So that's sort of interesting. But I don't think it's useful to me. It's maybe giving me expectations of how many safes I'll find rubies in. Maybe it's also confirming about the crown being stolen. Something like that. Planetarium. The inkwell is not the largest constellation. I know this. Wait, no, I don't know this. Because the inkwell is the largest one I found, but if it says so in a memo, then there shall be another. And so that's why I'm trying to save up as many stars as I can at the moment. Trying not to spend them. The kennel. Sinclair's 4 canine companions are named Carter, Thoughtless, Hot Sauce, and Drawbridge. This cannot just be silly. This cannot just be... This has to mean something. So... a drawbridge is something clearly that a castle classically has. Hot sauce. What? Thoughtless. Carter. If you're cloaked, perhaps you're thoughtless. Perhaps being cloaked means that you can pass people by without them thinking about you, something like that. Carter. What was it? Castle, cloak, and court. Hot sauce. What am I supposed to do with them? Is it just silly? Could it just be silly? I don't know. I've got no idea what to do with that. I haven't tried those names. In here. And while I'm at it, try cat. Okay, so this is some actionable stuff, I suppose. Here, the ballroom. The majority of the gems found in the house are artificially produced, so yeah, I mean, I can dig gems from the cavern if I've got the jackhammer. I'm not sure if I need the jackhammer. Maybe the sledgehammer's enough, maybe a shovel's enough, I don't know. And I assume that the rubies are not artificially produced, but perhaps the pink, the blue, and the green ones are artificial. I think all the ones you get from flowers are pink, so maybe all the pink gems are artificial. Maybe they're more common. So I'm not really sure what this is saying, other than maybe saying that, what's his name? Denny Ravan's work in inventing the gem flower. Maybe it's saying that was incredibly valuable and he shouldn't have been fired. I don't know. I move on. If an item would be spread into the Chamber of Mirrors, 4 of those items are spread instead. Fine. Yeah, that's just game mechanics. Move on. The Observatory says the largest planet in the night sky is named after the Paragon of Ash. So this tells us that Vea is the Paragon of Ash. Ashen, like sands of the... what was it? Ashen, like sands of the shore. The largest planet in the night sky. So I feel like this just gives me the name and tells me what she's paragon of. Paragon of Ash. We've got Paragon of Mastery, Paragon of Ash, Paragon of Gardening, Paragon of Royalty. I don't know what these two are the paragons of. I mean, I could guess. Paragon of Cleanliness, perhaps, and Paragon of Flavor? I don't know. And then we've got Groundskeeper with the Pitchfork. So that could be the Paragon of Abundance, or something like that. Yeah, we don't know for those. So I go back, and yeah, this seems to again just be giving me, yeah, helping me with the names of the angels, telling me what they're paragon of. I suppose naming a planet. The mailroom. Only 6 of the notorious red letters were addressed to Herbert S. Sinclair. Okay, yeah, I've already found one that's not addressed to him. And it looks like letter 2 or 3 will not be as well. And each was, I do know that each was penned by a different hand. So yeah, don't know if that helps. We move on. Drafting studio. The full directory comprises 46 numbered rooms, plus 8 categories of 8 rooms. 46 plus transposed 46. Not transposed. Yes. Yes, transposed. 64. Gives us 110. So this gives me a goal, I suppose. It gives me... it tells me where I've got something missing, and so I know that I have a found floor plan missing. I think there's nothing more to it than that. It might also be a vague clue towards the final question in the final exam. Pump room. The massive reservoir below Mount Holly receives a natural filtration from the continuous continuous flow of fresh water from 2 neighbouring underground springs before making its dramatic exit via a waterfall on the south-facing cliff. This seems like nothing but flavour. It really does seem like nothing but flavour. I don't know what else I could possibly take from this. So I move on. Certain rooms, like mechanical rooms, are more likely to contain security doors. Fine, that's mechanics. The figure of 8, in its symbolic guise as Sideways 8, has long served as a vessel of both death and the unfathomable. This seems like flavor. It seems like an excuse to put the 8 sideways and make it look a bit more mysterious. Death and the unfathomable. Yeah, I'm going to move on since I don't know what to do with it. The scientific foundation of architectural drafting, combining advanced principles of spatial suspension and temporal anchoring, was developed and refined at the Farias High Institute of Carrarica at the beginning of their realms is that supposed to say at the beginning? It probably is. I think I would have written sick there if not. At the beginning of their realm's 15th era. So the different realms do have different eras. And I think possibly that is important. Beginning of their realm's 15th era. So this suggests, like, I don't know how long each era is, but this suggests that Carrarica might be much older than Orinda Ares. Than Orindia, I guess I should say. This does seem like hand-wavy excuses for rooms changing positions and stuff, so I don't know if I should be thinking too much more about that. Let's look at the next classroom. The 3 major expeditions to the South Key, and that appears to be the South Pole. South Key. Is key Arajan for like pole or something? Maybe. Major Nicholas Key IV. Nicholas Pole? Nick Pole. Only one party returned. Of the 3 major expeditions to the South Key, only one party returned. The cartographers among them conducted a cautious survey of the coastline, but refrained from making landfall. The South Key is what appears to be... Oh, this is my writing now. I've written that the South Key is what appears to be the South Pole, and it's shown on the Grade 4 3rd Era Orsphere map, with a big infinity symbol in the middle. So, death and the unfathomable, I suppose. 2 of the 3 groups to go there, both groups that actually made landfall, never returned. The 3rd one sailed around the landmass or the ice cap or whatever it is, surveyed it carefully, and then left. So yes, death and the unfathomable does make sense being there on the South Pole. It also makes me think that in the great Alzara's visions of the future, where it shows me, I think, Simon what's my name, in a snowy area, perhaps I'm there, in the unfathomable South Key. But that doesn't help me. So I move on. Classroom, grade 5. The illustrations in the Red Prince and Swinburne were made by Marion Marigold herself. So I think this is just telling me pay close attention to those illustrations, which I have been trying to do from the beginning, in fact. The pantry. On day 82, it says there is a letter missing, and I was wondering if this could be the E from coffee, because it says coffee. Now, what would it mean? So there is a letter missing, of course. I think the most obvious conclusion that I can draw from that is that the letter missing is one of the red letters. After all, Alzara says, out of the 8, I will only find and read 7. So that is a letter missing. It also points, I mean, pretty much the first thing about the pantry that stood out to me was the missing E in the word coffee. And so could it be that it really does mean both of these things? Could it be linking the 8th letter, or whatever number? It's probably the 2nd letter or the 3rd letter, in fact, because those are the ones missing. I've read the 8th letter. So the 3rd letter or 2nd letter, I don't know which, is that an E? Does E relate to that letter? Should I now be thinking about the chessboard puzzle, where the shade of the queen is on E8? Missing letter 8, but I've read letter 8. I don't know what to do with this. Like everything else so far. There is a letter missing. I've put that in single and double quotes, which means that it was quoted on the blue memo. Now, why would it be quoted? None of the others were quoted. Is it quoting somebody? Is it quoting the Baron? Is it quoting Alzara? Did Alzara say, literally, there is a letter missing? I don't remember if he said exactly that. Maybe if I get security today, I'll look at that particular one again. I think it was one of the first visions. I'll probably look in my notes to figure out which one it is before watching it again, before subjecting you to more than one. Although I think they can be skipped, so maybe it's not a big deal. Okay, I move on. That one is intriguing, but I don't know what to do with it still. So now over here, the bedroom closet, or rather just the closet, I suppose. It says the closet was one of the original 26 rooms of Mount Holly. Now, why is this important? Why would it be important that there were 26 to start with? And wouldn't an outer room be one of the original ones too, since I would have thought the outer room was there before the building? Maybe? Maybe not? One of the original 26 rooms. Does 26 have any significance? I don't think so. I really don't know what to draw from that. Okay, now we get on to the office. The king can castle by swapping with another piece. Swapping with another piece. Right, the rook, right? I've tried this. I've tried swapping those pieces. I need to try more. I need to fiddle around with that more than I have. I need to get... I could have sworn I've already tried this, but I need to get all of the chess pieces again, go down to the chess room, and not put them in the correct places yet, because as soon as I do that, I can't move them anymore. It opens up the panels and offers me a chess power, but then it doesn't let me move them anymore. So I can put those ones in the right places and then swap them. But to do that, you have to move them to a wrong place. So I'm not sure about the mechanical moves that I'm supposed to make to achieve this. But that's the only reasonable seeming guess that I have of what to do is that. On the coat of arms, the first number is 1 numeral. The rest are each 2 numerals. Have I been thinking about this wrong? It's 1213. 1213. On the coat of arms, the first number is 1 numeral. The rest are each 2 numerals. So what if I... So the way that I understood this before is MCCXIII. That's what it says. On the coat of arms, the first number is 1 numeral. The rest are each 2 numerals. So the way that I've been looking at this is taking this and splitting it up like this to M, CC, XI, and II, which is 1,211 and 2. But it doesn't seem useful because I add these up and I just get the same 7 that I get however else I add them up. It's 7 if I add these up, so what's the difference? There's no difference. Could it be that I'm supposed to do it backwards somehow? I, and then I need a 1 to be made out of 2 numerals, but I can't do that. And then I'd need a 3 to be made out of 2 numerals, but I can't do that either. So no, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, I don't know. Other than, you know, what I've already tried. I can't think of another way to interpret this. The first number is 1 numeral. $1,000. The rest are each 2 numerals. I shouldn't be thinking about 1213. M, CC, XI, II. 1,211, 2. The sum of the digits, right? The family core is unlocked only by the sum of its digits. When we talk about digits, we're talking about the individual digits of the number. So it is just 1, a bunch of zeros. 2. This isn't 11, it's 1 and 1, and it just makes 7. So, yeah, I'm stuck there. I'm moving on. There are 6 permanent additions. Yes, I have all 6. The rook can perform a special move with another piece. So yes, this is confirming that the other piece that the office was talking about is in fact the rook, not something crazy like the bishop or the pawn doing a I forget the pawn's special move, the one where it goes past something and stabs it on the way. No, don't remember. Code check says drawn slightly more often on the day after checking a new item. I wonder if that has to be a different item, like one that I did not previously check, or if it can be the same item that I check in every day. I don't know. But anyway, that's a mechanical thing. I move on. Simon H. Sinclair was born 3 years after Herbert S. Sinclair. I've noted that. Don't know what to do with it. It means that Simon is the younger brother, which is not a shock to me. I don't know what else I can get from it. Gallery, titles are synonyms, yes. Would have been nice to know when I first was looking in the gallery. The elephant belongs in this bin. Yep, probably. I didn't think too much about it. I'm pretty sure that's just a clue for that particular puzzle. Now, the third king of Arindia was the last in the line of Oris. This is weird. this is weird because the first king was Oris, King Oris. The second king of Orindia now, I can interpret this a slightly different way. What if we're not talking about Orinda Aries, is it still Orindia after it was split into Arch Aries, Orinda Aries, Iraja? Was it still Orindia at that time? I think it was, because the map that I see from the classroom, from the final exam actually, the map that I see then puts those three realms together and calls them Orindia. And that's a little bit weird because they're supposed to be teaching the kids like the censored version of things, right? But the censored version of the history of Orindia censors out, this is after all still Orindia, it censors out that last sentence. So it seems to me that the three realms are still Orindia. The third king of Orindia. We were told that Oris was the first king of Orindia. And if the third one was the last in line of Oris, that would stand to reason, and Oris was not the third king because he was the first king, then it would stand to reason that there were others. I mean, there was a second. There were other people in that line of Oris between Oris and the third king, whoever that was. So it is confusing, because apparently there was a Desolates the Third who did reign. He's the one who moved the capital from one place to another. Who were Desolates first and second, and when did they reign? Is my question there. And I still have that question, because it doesn't quite track to me. I don't know if it's a mistake or if there's something I'm supposed to be figuring out from this. I don't know. I'm going to move on. The three advanced operations in modern mathematics are squaring, inversion, and rounding. Yes, that's just mechanics. Loon is the Arajan word for water. Essa is the Arajan word for love. Joro is the Arajan word for father. So, Loon I already knew, because we taught that one in the classroom, in grade 8 or whatever. Essa is the Arajan... No, I'll move on. Joro, being the Arajan word for father, was interesting for Clara's letter, because even though she doesn't say Joro in that, I think... In fact, we do. Right. We do in fact use Joro, but we also... Where was I? Here we go. It also has Jorah, and that is what made the penny drop for me, that she is signing off as your mother. And therefore, the heavy suggestion that the letter was written to Mary, but that doesn't quite make sense to me in terms of timing. So could it be that she in fact had another child? I mean, that seems pretty late in the game and pretty obscure to have that revealed as only by managing to translate this other language. That seems a little bit wild. Oops, I just spilled some water. Everything is fine. And then in between these, Essa is the Arajan word for love. Now this also changed the letter for me. This changed the meaning of the letter slightly because the Arajan word that I had translated as probably meaning love was not Essa, it was something else. It was Iris, which I had translated to love, to my first love, and this is why I thought it was originally to Simon. Or rather, I assumed it was to Simon for some reason, and then filled in that word as probably meaning love. You are my, what did she say at the end? Goodbye, my love, I thought at the end, for example. But maybe the developers, the puzzle writers, whoever, intended for us players to make that jump and intended this blue tense memo to clean up that, to fix it, to show that it doesn't really mean that, but in fact means, well, that Essa means love, Iris does not. It wouldn't be the only language to have multiple words for the same thing, I suppose. Both of them could mean love. But I think, given that I'm quite sure that Jura means mother, it would make sense for Iris to be child. So Essa being love, it doesn't actually seem to appear anywhere though. At least nowhere that I have. Got messages. Lots of places for messages. Doesn't help me. And we've gone all the way around. So, I think this is meant specifically as help for the Arajan language and for specifically Clara's letter. I move on. The final exam classroom. The answer of the exam's final question is equal to its number. So this is simply help with that final exam. And then the freezer. The ice in Master Sinclair's personal freezer can only be thawed by applying a direct heat source. So yeah, that's just mechanics as well. It occurs to me that I still have one missing room. I still have a found floor plan which I haven't found. If that's a blue room, then there might in fact be one more memo for me to find. There might also be one in the bedroom that was originally blue and I turned it purple. I haven't actually had that one on rank 8, so, or at least not when I had blue 10s, or not when I knew that you know what I mean. So I don't expect to find one in there because I could not find one in the funeral parlor, even though I looked really hard. So yeah, so that's it. And it ought to be impossible to get foundation there, at least on this save. Maybe you can put the foundation on rank 8. Maybe that's possible. The entrance hall, clearly, I don't think there would be any possible way to get that on rank 8. Antechamber, same. Room 46, same. So there we go. I've gone through all of the blue tense memos that I have, which I believe is all of them that it's possible for me to get. And I've thought about them, but unfortunately I don't think I made any breakthroughs there. What did I add? I added a couple of things to try at the Blackbridge admin panel. So I will do that. Well then, let's play the game. So finally, over an hour in, I'm going to hit continue, day 89. That seemed much longer to load than usual. I've updated my kernel and with that the graphics driver, and hopefully there won't be any frame drops anymore, but there could be. Lockpick kit is great because I believe I've now maxed out on lockpicking skill. 2 gems, 2 keys, also very nice. And I've started with 10 keys from last time. Oh, I fell asleep in the hovel last time. I've kept the moon pendant and the crown. Pretty nice. Does that mean there'll be another crown in room 46? I kind of want to get to room 46 just to find out. It doesn't look like anything else has changed. 70 steps is normal. I mean, I don't remember how many keys I ended with. In fact, I wrote this down. Never mind. I ended with no keys. How many tomorrow rooms did I have? Well, we can find that out. Not room directory. House history. We have to press this many times. Yeah, this looks right. I had 10 classrooms. So for tomorrow rooms, because I had the clock tower, and that's where I'm going with this. So I'll go look for tomorrow rooms. Hallway 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. And the clock tower says, let me double check. Let's count that again, just in case I'm being a complete idiot. He was the groundskeeper, right? So having some keys might make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this isn't one either. So it appears to have given me 4 keys. I think falling asleep in the hovel gives you 4 keys. I'm going to write that in my notes. Fell asleep at day 88, woke up with 4 more keys than expected. Normal steps, normal gems, normal coins, normal inventory. Oh, and I've written that I had 73 stars. So let's have a look. I have 73 stars. Normal stars. So it looks like the hovel gives you 4 keys. That isn't bad. Excuse me. All right. Cool. So I guess I'll grab this. 130 income. Allowance, rather. I should pick these up before I forget. I did walk away forgetting. Alright, so we're starting off with a number of keys. I do want to go to Blackbridge. I'll go over here first. I'm going to go to Blackbridge first. Otherwise, I'm going to totally forget to go to Blackbridge when I go to the West Room. The West Room? You know what I mean. And if none of the room options are interesting, then I will take a schoolhouse if that's an option, because I want to switch the... And then I'll probably... I might even cut the day short, because what I want is to turn the gas valve back on, but I don't want all those classrooms just clogging up the draw deck. So, what were the things I wanted to try? Tried. I'm going to try all these sorts of things. I'll hide this, but I'm still looking at it myself. Bo Lee. Bo Lee. Bo. Oh. Lee B. This is very unexpected, because this does fit the usual scheme. I feel a very strange feeling of nervousness right now. That is very weird. Lee B. I'm gonna Dummy. It was called Dummy. They made a dummy admin account with pseudo privileges. Doesn't quite fit with our typical length formatting. This one totally does. I must have written all of the admin logins somewhere. Or was it Red J? Oh, I suppose it doesn't quite fit, because all of the others are 4 letters. This one's only 3 in the surname. And so, yeah, it doesn't quite fit. So my assumption the whole time was that it would be a completely different format. Like it'd just be a word. But yeah, this doesn't quite fit the formatting. How about that? So I should write here that day 89, I think it is. Found the last one, as far as I know. Lee B. From Bo Lee, the shortest named suspect in a new clue. I'll come back to this, but I think down here I can actually delete this whole thing now. Bye. Because that is a to-do list item done. Alright, now, before I move on, I want to search for Bowley. Age 16. Huh. 16. 16-story. 16-story building. 8 below, 8 above. Is that a connection I'm supposed to make? I don't know. So, first thing I'm going to do is exit, because I want to make sure this is day 89. It is day 89. Okay. Leave. I am very surprised. Also, these admin keys suck. Come on, this is terrible security. 3 additional delisted admin keys. So yeah, this is one of those. So what can I do? I don't know what access this this account has. So network settings, terminal timeout settings, is set to 1 week. I still don't know. Requires a new connection each time the user attempts to log into the network. Controls how long the computer terminal stays connected to the network without disconnecting from the server. Default setting immediate requires a new connection each time the user attempts to log into the network. And it was immediate to start with. But I fooled around with this. It doesn't seem to change anything. I was expecting that it would mean that I can have all 4 terminals active, even if I can only physically get to one of them. But it doesn't seem to actually do that. I'm going to set it back to a month. Okay, email settings. They're all on. We can check the connection. Everything is good. But none of this is new. Is there something other than on and off? There is not. Okay, we return. We have a user database. Oh, we've been here. We saw this just a moment ago. Admin logs. I am going to, just on my side, bring this up so I can find out what is new, if anything. January 20th, 1986. Yeah, I've got that one, laying cables and such. So I'm going to go through these. Got that. Got that. Got that. 210, 210. I'm expecting a 3-2. Oh, whoa, second. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. New things. Lieb. Lieb. Prov C. and Hound Yu. These are new. Alright. So, where was the last one? Let's go back over here. Regular maintenance reports. This is 1986 0701. That's here. Fixed the connection error. Yep. Okay, so here we are now with new things. Next. Okay, 1987 02 10. It says 3 new admin keys have been added to the network's user database. Lee B, Prof C, and Hound Yu. Well, you know I'm going to try all these. Lee B. Okay, hidden entry revealed with Lee B. Oops. Lee B says that 3 new admin keys, Lee B, Prof C, and Hound Yu, have been added to the user database. And the same day, 1987 02 10, hidden entry revealed with Lee B. Lee B says, what does he say? Admin log view access restricted to the following admin keys: Lee B, Prof C, and Hound Yu. Admin log view access has been restricted to... That's weird that there's an extra open bracket here. Oh, I don't have a pointer at the moment. Before Lee B, there's a extra open bracket, which isn't then closed later. So I don't know if that's just... It's probably nothing. That's weird. Restricted to Lee B, Prof C, Hound Yu. It lists it as... with that weird extra open bracket. It's never closed. Don't know if that's important. Okay, we move on. Prof C says, Lee, we are planning something later this year and need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. Are there additional steps we can take to ensure privacy? And Lee says, or Bo, I should say, says, already taken care of. We are now bypassing message archiving. Randolph shouldn't notice. Randolph, comma, shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. So, I wonder if these are other members of the Children of Blackwater, or what this might be. Oh, this is exciting. Something else I want to think about right now, before I forget, is I want to think about these words. So I'm going to open up a new thing, paste that in, set wrap. So we've got Lee B, Prof C, Hound Yu. And let's look to see... 5 more. No, that's not what I meant. There we go. I want to look to see if I know who these names might be. So Bo Lee I know from the suspects list. What is Prof C? Beginning of word Prov. That's the only places that I can find it, with a capital P at least. What else? Beginning of word Hound. Oh. Hound Yu, Unholy Hounds. What's C Prov? Unholy Hounds. Okay. So I'm going to write here that Hound Yu, It's probably short for unholy hounds. I'm not sure about prophecy. Could the children of Blackwater, could the sea be children or something? Are these other groups? I don't know. Right, I haven't written these two down yet. So 1987 to 16. Hidden entry revealed with Lee B. Prof C says to Lee, I'm just going to write it out in full actually. Planning something later this year and need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. Are there additional steps we take to ensure privacy? Question mark. And then on the same day, Lee B says, already taken care of. We are now bypassing message archiving. Randolph, sick. Shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Next, the next day, Prophecy says, good, no one else on the estate knows we're here. Other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday. But Hound Yu has a plan to take care of her. Oh. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Now, before I read on, wasn't this extra account known to Mary? Okay, deleted entry. Revealed with Ribj. Moore says yes, they can make a dummy. So what happened before this? Deleted entry revealed with Ribj. Ribj asks if Moore can replace the messages with breadcrumbs instead of deleting them to lure would-be clue seekers down the proverbial garden path. And he says yes, they can make dummy admin account with pseudo privileges. She thanks him and says she better get writing. She says that their visitor from last week gave her inspiration for a new book. And then Randolph creates a new admin key as requested yesterday and notes that the requested name does not quite fit with our typical length formatting. So this was done on her behalf. So she knows about this. This is 1987 July. But these messages are 1987 February. So hold on a minute. Is this Lee B that I've stumbled upon not, in fact, the one that they're talking about here? I'm saving. I'm undoing a bunch until I get to where I deleted all this. I'm copying all that. I'm going to the end of my undo list. and I'm putting it back. The one created on 1987, oops, 7/25 by Randolph on behalf of Mary. But Lee B was created February 10th. So it's not the one I'm looking for. Okay, so we go back in time. Already taken care of. We're now bypassing message archiving. Randolph shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Oh, I've got these in the wrong order. Um, 210 is before all of this. I guess I'll put it here. Alright, so I gotta go forwards a couple pages again. Right, good. No one else on the estate knows we're here. Other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday. How on you has a plan to take care of her? That is ominous. Okay, I haven't written this yet, so 217. Hidden entry. Revealed. Leah B. Prophecy says, good. Us on the estate knows we're here. Other than Mary, of course, who saw, I see my mistake, Lee on Tuesday, but on you has a plan to take care of her. Alright, and then the next day, Lee B, oh, sometimes I'm hiding when I think I'm showing and showing when I think I'm hiding. Okay. I mean, there's nothing to see there. I just wrote it out. The next day, Lee B says, if it must be done, it must be done. Just see to it that the body is not discovered. The last thing we need is for the Red Guard to be snooping around here. Oh, shit. Entry... Field with Lee B. But, let's copy that into H. And it says... So, I guess I should take comfort in the fact that this was written months before Mary actually made her moves. And if the suspect is a key, and a key is Major Nicholas the Key, and the suspect is also a short name, and on the suspects list is Bo Lee, which is a short name, then that suggests that Mary wanted me to see this. So I guess she was targeted and possibly attacked, or at least plotted against. It failed, and she wants me to see this evidence. That's what I'm getting from this. Because clearly I mean, the red guy did come snooping around here later. But quite a lot later. Alright, we move on. Have I written that? Yes, I have. So, next. A few days later, February 21st, How Many You makes their first post. She won't be found, rest assured. 1987, 02, 21, H. Yeah, that did what I wanted to. Good. Found you. Oh, I didn't write who said the previous one. It was Lee B. Lee B says, Found you says, she won't be found. Rest assured. And then the same day, Lee B says, let's disperse for now. I'll meet you all at the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Then, once the inquiry is over, we will proceed with our plans for the museum. So, is it possible that this other group was planning this museum heist? Mary spotted them on the grounds, which was unusual, and so they plot to kill her. And now, two possible paths. Path one, she foils them in some way and takes over their plan and carries it out herself. Path two, they realize that she's actually sympathetic to their cause. She joins their group and helps them carry out the heist. It's seeming like one of those. So I need to write this down. 1987 to 21. Register H. Lee B says, let's disperse for now. I'll meet all at the safe house in Reddington. I wonder if that's the 100 bells or whatever. Once the once the inquiry is over, we will proceed with our plans for the museum. Next. Okay, Lee B. Quite a bit later. Yeah, June 26th of the same year. Okay, so let me find my place here. June. Here. 6/26, and I'll fill that in a moment. I'll read them out first. Lee B says, resuming operations. And then Prof C says, welcome back, Lee. I've been camping out of the old schoolhouse for the past month, waiting for your return. It's spacious, quiet, and should prove to be an effective base of operations outside of the purview of the staff and the Baron. So this is months later. I want to know what happened in the meantime. So I'll write them down to start with. Lee B says, resuming operations. And then, same day, no, the next day, Prof C says, right, so what happened in the meantime? That's what I want to know. Let's hide those highlights. Okay, oh, I went too far. Lee B. Hang on a second, I want to, Y is C. I always forget the binding for this to highlight the line that I'm currently on. Okay, okay, so then we've added... So this is when Peter Withers or whatever and Jean Ribbon are added... Paul Withers, there we go. Philip White. They're added to the database, so they are starting to plot. Oh, my camera seems to have died. I've been apparently staring with a mouth open for a while, according to this. Wonder if I can reboot that somehow. Alright, and with a moving picture again, I continue. I wonder how many minutes I was frozen with an open mouth. I guess I'll find out during the edit. So, what was I saying here? So, yeah, so they dispersed, and then Mary and Caleb and Philip, I assume, they all got together and started plotting their heist. This isn't much later. So it could be that they've joined this group of insurgents at this point. Maybe this is... Maybe this is when they became radicalized. So, what else? Yeah, they've successfully logged in. Admin logs can only be accessed from various places, whatever. Send file transfers. We need them as soon as possible from more. Okay. It should be done by the time you and Philip are moved out of the shelter. So they're in the shelter at this time. So that means that they've, yeah, they've gone into hiding. They've staged their disappearance. Now, could it be that the disappearance... that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do Mark. Disappearance. Last seen. February 21st. Okay. February 21st, last seen. Look at this. That's the day when she won't be found, rest assured. That same day. So, could it be that she didn't actually intend to disappear that day? She got captured. And they were going to kill her. Or at least that was their plan. But then realized that she's sympathetic to their cause and recruited her. And since she'd just been kidnapped, she just stayed kidnapped. She went to the safe house, got admin keys added, they started communicating, but without telling Randolph and the Baron that these other people are involved. It's very interesting. So, where are we now? So, months later, what else happens then? They finished moving, made themselves at home. I guess they are now in the safe house rather than the shelter. Oh, data packet from Firestrom Iraja. I'd forgotten about this. Cool. Okay, here we are. Welcome back, Lee. Been camping out, etc. Alright, let's move on. So that's what happened in the meantime. Then what? So, July 10th now. Lee B says, we should have an opening on the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? A few days later, Hound Yu says, I don't see why not. Negotiations for transportation are in the final stages. If all goes well, we will have air passage to Nuance secured for that date. Alright, but Mary's plan was to ride the rails north. And I forget what then. Maybe that was just getting out, and then they were going to hop on an airship. Because she did say later that I'm coming back east on some particular date. Raise the satellite dish if it's clear, or if it's not clear, or something. So it could be that she was involved with this trip to Nuance. Anyway, let's write it down. So we have 7:10. So it's the same day as this. Same day that can we replace the messages with breadcrumbs so that eventually I can find them. So I'll put that here. 1987 or 7:10. What do I do? Hidden entry, etc. Lee B says we should have an opening the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? And 3 days later. So meanwhile, Moore says yes, they can make a dummy admin account. She thanks him, says better get writing. Visitor from last week gave her inspiration for a new book. So the visitor from last week could be one of these people, I suppose, but then again, I don't think Randolph knows about them. So, although then again, maybe the original idea was for Randolph not to know about them, but maybe everyone found out about everybody later. I don't know. I don't know if I can know that. 87, 7, where are we? 13th? Oops. Hidden, etc. Town U says. Did I make any mistakes? I don't think so. Alright, what happens next? 25th of August. This is a while later, so let's see what happened in the meantime. New admin key as requested. Didn't quite fit the typical length formatting, so I still don't know what that one is. The length formatting. It could be another short name like that, I suppose. Or could it be that this is when he sort of finds out about this account? And maybe we are talking about Lee B. Anyway, I only want to go as far as August 25th. So this is my point now. Right, and I didn't actually read it yet. I think Moore is planning a scheduled maintenance soon, so we should likely wrap things up here. So, okay, he still doesn't know. The same day, How Yu says, I'd say it's time to scrub these logs. They might fall under some scrutiny in the near future. And then the next day, Lee says, Prof C and How Yu and Lee B delisted and deleted from user database. Okay. 8:25. B says same day. How Yu says following day. They were in the nick of time. Be listed and deleted from user database. Okay, then, it's time to scrub the logs. The four of us are ready to go dark. The very next day. And then left the final manuscript in the safe house. But this is for a new clue, so that was picked up and then published. Look after the other children. Alright. At some point I'll have to move all of these into the timeline section as well, but that's not right now. Okay, next. Temporary access to the mainframe of Blackbridge grotto has been restored to perform routine maintenance. Blah blah blah. So all of this stuff I've seen before. Working again, blah blah blah. Hartley Rota, Kimberly Thompson. Changing of the guard. Simon's arriving. And that's it. Very interesting. Do we have anything in data files? Nothing but import trophy data. Alright, so, I mean, I've got to log in with those other ones as well, haven't I? Got to try Prov C. Not found. And we can try Town U. Also not found. Okay. Let's note that down. What was it again? YOC? Yeah. What was the other one? Did it say they're deleted, or what did it say? Have been not found. And have been not found. Okay, well, I'll try these other ones. Why not? So I already tried Bowley and actually hit on that one. So Bali R. And we'll try Swan Song. We'll also try... I'm sure I've tried Swan Song before, and I think I mistyped that. We may as well also try... that was weird. Can't type in Swan Song. HSS. We try Carter. Oh, I thought for a second that was going to hit. That doesn't fit. This is weird. Doesn't always quite accept my key pressing. So... oh. I did try that, right? Okay. Drawbridge. And we try... Thoughtless. We try cat. We spell it differently. Okay, that's all of my ideas on that. So that is, yeah, a big surprise to have actually found something there. Make sure I've saved my notes. Okay. Yeah, big surprise on that. And it's still the very beginning of the day. So yeah, this is turning out to be much longer than expecting. So what did I get from this? I got lore, didn't I? I got that that she seems to have been radicalized by this other group, the Unholy Hounds and whatever. What was the one? What was the other one? Prov C. Do I really not have anything for Prov? No. No, there's nothing else. So, yeah, I don't know what Prov C could be. But, yeah, we move on. It does look like the... I mean, I don't want to tempt fate, but it looks like my dropped frames have fixed themselves. I was thinking about the Observatory and how there is a what's it called, a postcard for the Observatory, and it says wishing, what does it say? Wish you were here. Mount Holly Observatory, wish you were here. And wishing makes me think of the well. I don't know what else wishing could be talking about. And I guess well wishes as well, but that's, yeah, wishing you were here, wishing you were well, this is a well. And I was trying to think about how I can connect a well and an observatory. The observatory is all about looking at the sky. Have I tried looking up from in here? So I'm going to waste steps. I'm coming in. And I'm not sure if I've ever tried looking straight up. So I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. And I'm going to look up. And I was kind of hoping to see something interesting. What do I see? I only see a spiral. Is the spiral interesting? There are spirals in the game. There's the spiral of stars. There's that weird circuit diagram that says investors needed. And there's the weird spirally treble clef in the music room that says denoted in verse. And I was really hoping to see something if I came down here and looked up, because looking up is also something that seems to be instructed several times. I'm instructed to look up sort of in the reverse, in red prints, because the red prince never wants to look up because it doesn't like the blue sky. Wait, I just saw a interaction cursor, but that might have been a coin on the other side. It was a coin on the other side. I got excited for a moment. Yeah, the red prince doesn't look up because it doesn't like the blue sky, but we don't actually like red, do we? We like blue instead. So maybe I should be looking up. And then one of the drafting strategy one, the one talking about ducts, it was saying to look up as well. So yes, instructions to look up have come. Now, maybe I'll do this again and look up when it's dark, oh look, it's already 3. I've missed the sacred hour. When the stars are out, I sort of doubt now that I'll see anything, but I wanted to try, and so I've now done it. It's also making me think. It's making me think of the cloister, right? Tap on things next to an entrance. But no, nothing has happened. Let's move on. So, out we go to the outer room. I fell asleep in a hovel last night, so I'm not especially hoping for a tomb. I think I would like to turn the gas lines back on, so I'll take the schoolhouse. Silly though it seems. Plus, they were talking about using the old schoolhouse as an HQ. So, will I discover anything in here if I look harder now that I know that. I don't have anything to dig with right now. We have a lantern. We have Herbie's scrawling somewhere. There it is. Oh, sledgehammer. I think I'd forgotten that you sometimes get items in here. So I've now turned all of the gas lines back on. I had a note to remind me to do that, and I'll cross that off. Right, so we get the elevator back. Could it be that with the right combination of gas line switches, it takes me somewhere else? Now that the elevator's up, I'll try using it. I know I've tried it before without all of them lit, without all of those lights lit up. I've read this. And I do not think there's anything important here. I could be wrong. There was something about ribbon cutting. Jean ribbon. Yeah, ribbon cutting ceremony. Jean ribbon still makes me think of DNA. A ribbon of jeans. And it doesn't look like there's anything for me other than a couple of dig spots. Oh, I hadn't noticed that before. What am I looking at? It almost looks like it's just the wrong texture. I'm gonna write that down. Do I not have a section for Schoolhouse? Huh. Apparently I don't. Alright, well, I'll throw it here. There's a... what is it? Other side. There's sometimes an item here. Seen sledgehammer. Sometimes dig spots. Seen two. A letter. Closing address. From... don't know who. Schoolmaster. Saying they were a schoolmaster for 38 years in the schoolhouse. Thanking Lady Epsom. About her, Bridlington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision. The dreamer is the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, teacher principal, and Okay. No, it's a him, I suppose. They thank the Baron Sinclair for following in his father's footsteps, building Reddington yet another school. This suggests that Thomas, perhaps, built the schoolhouse, and Herbert, perhaps, is building the and housing the school and the estate for now. Something like that. And for also allowing us the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March. New campus is to be completed in March. A decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he hears the children running through his halls. Lastly, I wish to thank all my students. Blah, 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 blah. Those here whose parents before them I have also taught, and whose children I may yet. Without you, I would have had a lifetime of quiet peace. And yet, what is all the peace in the world if you have no one to bestow demerits upon? Thank you all sincerely. My time here has meant the world to me. And if I'm still standing in 8 months, I'll see you all at the slightly less melancholic ribbon cutting ceremony next year. I assume this was written, given late in the year. It's a handwritten note. Better joke to end. And it says, and also remember to give Mrs. Peterson a gift. Yeah, so also of note here, it seems the schoolhouse, oops, put a thorn there. The schoolhouse was also used by an insurgent group, or at least on you. To hide out in the part of 1987, was it? Prophecy, in fact. In June 1987. Hide out in for a month around 7-6, and it's prophecy. In the admin log message, dated 6/27. They say they suggest using it as a headquarters. A base of operations. All right. Yeah, and I have not found anything else interesting in here. Oh, the whole point of that. Looking at the ceiling are some weird textures instead of floorboards. Ceiling boards, floorboards. Some of the... Are they called rafters? Upright rafters. Which look to have scripty... I don't know, scripty lines. Yeah. I do not know what to make of it, but it is weird. And, I mean, it's sort of lit up by that light, so it almost seems like I'm supposed to notice it. Very weird. Very weird. So I've turned that off. Just realizing that I've not carefully inspected all these chairs before. What if something's hiding? Okay, not seeing anything. Yeah, I suppose this is the same... That looks to be the same scripty stuff on that corner. Very weird. Are these boards what would be up there? Maybe. Anyway, I want to go look at the elevator now. Does it always have the chimney thing on top? I want to climb up there. Come on, Simon. Climb up there. And I'm sure I've tried to walk up from the other side before. I'm sure I have. Alright, we move on. Yeah, it does look like the drop frames are fixed, so that's good. Let's go check out the elevator. The preview looks a little bit slow though. And it won't move again. It moved that one time, but won't again. So what? Is there anything else that I want to try? Like, do I want to try some other combination? I don't know. It's starting to feel like a fool's errand. I think I'm going to switch this one back on and then move on. I'm going to forget to switch it back on otherwise. I've used a lot of steps doing this, but that's okay. Today is a day not necessarily for going hard in the house. Today is a lore day. What am I doing? Oh yeah. Can't open that, right? And having turned that thing to the left already, I almost would have expected the elevator to go down of its own accord just then. Am I now going to flip the lever to the right and have it go down? Normally it would be, I think, flipping it to the left to make it go down. I'll write it down and back up again. Oh. Did I just hear something? Some drums, like in the, Oh my god, it appears to be broken. I don't know if that's a bug, or if I've done something. But it is not responding. Can't drag it. Oh! What the heck? I think that was a bug, and I waited the amount of time the elevator would usually take to go up. I think that's what just happened. So, we're in a sort of cut-out channel of the cliff, as far as I can see. I want to take yet another look at the weird opening. Maybe not this time. Wait, it looks like there's something to see around here, but I guess it's slightly around the corner or something like that. Maybe I'll watch this way carefully this time. So, doing a lot of elevator rides. I see nothing. I see nothing. Can we sneak around the back? No. Alright. One more look from over here. Oh, it's starting to get dark. No stars yet, though. Do you want to look up at the stars from the well? Just in case. Alright, into the house. Very late. What do I have again? Lockpick, some gems. I've got the crown. That lantern is still a bit suspicious. Okay. Yeah. Which way am I going to go? Let's go north. Well, I don't think I can turn down the jackhammer. Thank you very much. Let's go east and I'll see if I can get to the foundation. So yes, a den. It's a nice place for a den here. I'm going to be avoiding classrooms. They're going to be my nemesis all day. Straight through, please. I've not been lucky here. Alright. Let's get the library. And request the next book. So I'm skipping these. I took that last time. Realm and Rune. I'm not that interested, to be honest, but I'm going to go through them one at a time. I skipped those two, and I'm okay with skipping those two, because I checked up on them sort of offline. Alright. From here, this will discover a less common thing. May as well. Yeah, I'm happy enough with the bunk room. Yeah, let's take the bunk room, try to end the day in here. 2 keys. And we move on. Say hi to the hamster. Hello, hamster. So let's draft in the corner. I've got plenty of keys now. Suppose I will get this. I don't know if it gives me 10 now. Oh, it did. Good. Okay, so I can come back here anytime that I've drafted a... oh, this is the one that says to look up. I can come back here anytime I've drafted a drafting room and get another 10 steps. It does say look up, doesn't it? Ducks, ducks, ducks. Blah, 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 blah. When you're in a room, look up. There might be a duck. What do you have for me? One of each. Chessboards. No shadow on this one. Okay. And it could be a very short day if this only gives me dead ends. So I think I better take that. A lever. And there's nothing I can make. I could go out and dig. Is there any point? Not right now. I have no doors left, so I mustn't take the classroom. Now, would I prefer an apple or 2 keys? I've got tons of keys. So I think actually I should save my gems. I should save my gems. The Nook. I don't think there is more to the Nook. Can I turn on what I assume is a radio? Apparently not. Alright, give me doors, please. Doors, doors, doors. Okay, doors, doors, doors. I'm torn between taking it, throwing it away, and getting the Commissary. The reason I would get one of these instead of remove is that it gives me another door north, which I'm in dire need of. So I think I will. I'll take the Commissary. What do we have today? Shoes. Keys, which I don't need. I may as well grab all the gems. And I'll take all the bananas. Let's move on. They've got coffee as well, haven't they? Yeah, they've got coffee. There's a letter missing. Onwards. Yeah, weight room can die. Let's get a gem and redraw. I don't really need the gem right now. I would like to have the hallways tomorrow, so I think I will take the hallway. That seems good. That gets me to the foundation as well. That seems excellent. I'll do that. I think I'll leave the West Wing alone. If I can get her Ladyship's chamber, then I will do it. So I think for now, let's go to the foundation, dig, and go north from there. Lovely. Very nice indeed. That's it. 2 dig spots. It's holding back on me. Okay, north from the foundation, we find an observatory. Very nice. And I think now that I've got an observatory, I would like to revisit the well, just in case something special happens, though I'll hang out a bit longer, just in case. Got this. Got Florealis. Very nice. So 74 is a good one. And Diamondus Minor. Looks like the sky is still bright, so I won't go outside just yet. Let's go to the East Wing, hope for an East Wing hall or a hallway or something. Den is fine. And south, what do we get? Chapel. Conference room. I'm not very interested in the chapel until next time I get Draxus. Then I am interested. Now, can I see anything in its thumbnail? I'd never really thought about that, but no, not really. What I'm interested in is what's behind that. I wonder if I've drafted the chapel in all directions, or if the chapel only ever faces one way like the throne room seems to. Or rather, no, you only enter the throne room from one direction, it seems. You always enter opposite the throne. This seems like a bad place for the conference room, even though I kind of want it. I'm gonna do this. Well, that's terrible. It's not worth a redraw though. This at least helps me tomorrow a little bit. I'll grab it. No point going in. Alright, let's go north. I want that in rank 8 if I can, so the Boudoir makes sense. Let's take the Boudoir. Get one of the rubies. And west we go. What? Even with my maxed out skill? Cloister of Lydia. That's probably worth doing. Yeah, I can afford the gems, that's fine. Oh yeah, I've got Florealis. I've forgotten. No. Not bad. Not bad. So I would love a showroom. I would take a showroom or a gift shop. A little bit tempted on the Passageway. I think I will. Or should I redraw and try to get a shop? Yeah, let's do that. Don't want the gallery. I don't want the archives. I do have a lot of keys. The locker room could be fun, I suppose. No, I'm going to redraw again. Give me a shop. I could start an experiment. I'm redrawing again. Still no shops. I'll take the hallway. Give me a shop here. Come on. Maybe. Keycard would be nice. That sometimes gives a keycard. No, gotta find a shop. Alright, I'll take the trophy room. But I think I'm gonna backtrack and fill out the south before I go in there. Is it this way? No. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to go that way. Oh, I'm doing everything wrong. I need to go... What has happened? Oh, it is the observatory that I want. I got so confused then. Okay, this way. Right, yeah, these are the doors that I'm interested in. Let's see what we get here. One of the... wasn't this one of the original 26 rooms, or was that the... No, that was the closet, wasn't it? Now I want to know. Original 26. It was the closet. I suppose I'll take the break room. Might give me a a key card. 9, is that multiplied? So 45, 54, 51, divided by 3. What's 51 divided by 3? 17, I think? 10 times 10, 100, minus 10, 99. And, oh, to the nearest 10 and then square. So it's probably gonna be 100, whatever it is. Or, yeah. 10 plus 2, 12. Do I do these one at a time or at the same time? I don't remember. I guess one at a time. So 12. Oh, and then... Oh, interesting. To the nearest 100, 0. Square it, still 0. And then I've got do something with 10, still 0. Do something with 5, still 0. Minus 1. Ooh, that doesn't seem good. Oh, no, I do this earlier. Silly me. 10 and 12. Oh, but I did already. 12? You go from inside to outside, right? I think so. So it's the nearest... Oh, it's the nearest 10, not the nearest 100. It's the nearest 10. So it's 10 squared is 100. Then we divide by 10, we get 10. Divide by 5, we get 2. We take away 1, we get 1. That took me much too long. Oh, just regular keys. Disappointment. We're going west from the break room. I want something that lets me go this way, because I want to go south in the west wing. So I'm using my last die. Great Hall is fine. I've got tons of keys. Yeah, I'm doing that. And I'm happy to just unlock all of them. Oh, plus I've got the ultimate lockpicking skill. Oh. I wonder how effective maxed out lockpicking skill is. So many keys. I should have known that was just the dead end. I shouldn't have wasted the key there. Alright, so I won't go that way to start with. We'll go this way. Lost and found. I had some thoughts about this recently. I was looking at my notes and saw that I, well, have a look with me. Lost and found. Check this out. The first 4 times in a row that I went there, I got an upgrade disc. All 4 times. And that makes me wonder if the lost and found is what it says and will give you back items that you found at some point during the house, during a time in the house, but then couldn't use them for whatever reason, but the game wants you to have something that's limited, like the upgrade discs. So I wonder if those 4 upgrade discs, or some of them, maybe 3 of them, maybe 2 of them, I don't know, were ones that I'd found in the house but didn't manage to get to a terminal, ran out of steps, or didn't have a terminal or whatever, and so I didn't use, and then it's offering them back to me via the lost and found. That's my theory. It could be that 1 or 2 of them you can only get from the lost and found. I don't know. Anyway, that's all. I do kind of want it, but I don't want to lose my nice things. So I'm just going to throw it out. Dining room. I wish it were facing the other way. The workshop can rocket me further north, which I also like. So I think I shall take the workshop. I don't want to draw west, just in case I can get a... Oh no. just in case I can get a her ladyship's chamber, but it looks like I might be out of luck there. I could make a power hammer. Do I want to? Do you know what? Let's do it. I don't have anything in mind to use it on, but let's have it anyway. I guess I'm just being silly today. Okay, so I need to do what I can to get myself a key card. So I'm going to go to the trophy room. Maybe we can just bypass that lock by walking around it. So get ourselves to the trophy room. My cold has advanced to the stage of scratchy throat, which is not very comfortable. Okay, trophy room and north. Let's grab these gems. And sneer at the trophy that we don't deserve. That one. Don't deserve that. And vestibule, perhaps, since I have many keys and I'm not too worried about spending them here and there. So yeah, vestibule it will be, and I shall go west. Treasure trove. Yes, please. Don't really care about the money. I do care about whatever's in there. This is one reason that now I want to... I like the electromagnet, because I don't have to do that. Okay, sun, doesn't that mean always true? I think it does. Treasure trove. It is day 89, not 98, 89. It's box 24. It's a white box. It has a sun symbol. Let's see what it says. The symbol, infinity, is used to denote the unknown, death, and the number 8. Alright, yeah, death and the unfathomable, I've also already learned from somewhere else. The symbol, infinity, is used to denote the unknown, death, and the number 8. Alright, cool. Looking through quickly to see if I can see anything saying blah 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 about white boxes. Green and white are always lights. And I'll look through again to see if anything about sun symbol. Boxes marked with sun always contain truths. Well, there's a blue memo, so that's not a big surprise. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing the thing. I just went through the list a couple times, searching for white and searching for sun. And this is me having written out what that says. Not a shocker. Okay, not so useful today, treasure trove, but thank you anyway. We go north. Probably locked. Lockpick? Yes. No. I really don't want to use stars, so I'm not going to. I'm going to do the kennel, and now I can unlock doors by digging, which I guess is good. Hello, dog. Now, what does it mean that I know their names? Which of you is hot sauce? Carter, is that you? Thoughtless? Which one's thoughtless? There's only... Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all here. And I forget the other ones' names. Drawbridge. Which one's Drawbridge? Are you Drawbridge? Or are you thoughtless? Alright, anyway, we dig. The dogs bark. I'm hoping for a... That'll work. How many of these do I have? This will be 1, 2, 3... Just 3. So that's not great here. Starfish aquarium probably worth having. Which door did I unlock? Was it east or west? I don't remember. What is it called? Great Hall. East. East. Okay. Should I take the aquarium or should I remove the aquarium to redraw? I really do want a leftward door, so I think I will take it. It'll also let me dig and unlock things. Oh, yeah. I don't want piety. I haven't had the armory in a while. Could do that. Could do the rook for the corners, redraws in the corners. Yeah, I always think this one's best. Always. Of course, this counts as a green room. I don't think I've seen a flower in here before. That's fun. Okay, so we have some unlocked doors. Let's go west, and I'm hoping for... Well, I won't get it here, but I want a Ladyship's chamber. Hallway is perfect. Thank you very much. I guess hallway always has this, and I just forgot about it. Alright, rank 9, what do you got for me? Funeral parlour would be fine. Music room is... Do I want it? Music room's weird. I guess I've got some redraws. I may as well use them. So let's do that. There's a letter missing. No. Still no. Study might be worthwhile for redrawing purposes. I think I should. And maybe I'll go have a think about the chessboard as well. Alright, come on, her Ladyship's chamber. No, although I can get a king. It's tempting. I don't think there's any point tunneling. I would take that if it were west or east, or if there were nothing in the way to the south. Just to see what happens if I go off the edge. No, I want a Ladyship's chamber. I redraw. It's meant to be commonplace. I really don't want the ballroom. That would be terrible for me right now. What happens if you get a freezer and then go to the ballroom? Does it change your frozen gems to 2, or does it just do nothing? It's got these steps in it. I still find that very suspicious. Very suspicious. This shows steps going in, fooling around in a circle, and then going back out again. Have I ever tried going in, doing a little loop, and then going back out the same door I came in? I don't think I have. I gotta put it on my to-do list. Try doing what? Steps, dotted line, and footsteps say in the ballroom thumbnail. Enter from the north, I guess, or the far side from where it was drafted. Go in a leftward circle. Is it? No, it's a rightward circle, isn't it? Continue rightward to turn around back to the door and exit through the same door. Very silly, but I mean, it shows that for some reason. None of the others have that kind of thing in their picture. I'm not going to do that now because I really don't want that here. Next. I hate them. Next. Courtyard, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. And then we start redrawing afresh at the next one. The dogs are barking. Very nice. So if I have an abundance of gems, I should spend gems before spending dice. Because otherwise I can get to the point where I've used all 8 of my possible gem redraws, and I still want to redraw, but I'm not allowed if I don't have any dice. So that is the way to do it. A Ladyship's chamber. Nope. The pool, I suppose, would be acceptable, but I'd rather redraw. And I have an abundance of gems, so I will spend them. Western Hall's fine, but still, what's the point? Kind of want to see the locksmith, but I'm not going to. I kind of want the mailroom. Veranda is fine. I don't really care about items, but meh. Do the dogs always bark? Or is it only when a door is locked? Ah, keycard. Very nice. That could come in useful. Although the, oh, the stars are out. The, oh my goodness, what am I trying to say? The kennel was helping with that anyway. A Ladyship's chamber. Oh, God. We redraw. I'll take a secret passage if it offers one. I haven't had the greenhouse in ages, but I don't want it. Drawing room would give me 1 extra redraw. Let's do it. There it is. I didn't even need the extra redraw. Okay, grab this. Now, the reason I wanted this again is because I want to look once again at the sleep diary and this thing, though I don't think I've got anything for that. So she clearly really liked looking at the stars. I still need a king. I'm going to try really hard to get an office. Wait, oh, do I have a bishop? I don't think I have a bishop either. I've got a knight. I've got a rook in the Nook. I've certainly got pawns. I've got a queen now. I had a queen in the study anyway, actually. I need a king and I need a bishop. So I need to try everything I can to get them. Yeah, I wanted to look again at the sleep diary. There's Simon, but that appears not to be who you're writing the letter to. Ladyship's sleep diary. I'm going to read the whole thing again. My dear diary, after countless sleepless nights and failed home remedies, my physician has urged me to document my sleeping routines in the various bedrooms of our estate. It is his hope that by tracking the caliber and length of my sleep in each room, together we may come to a deeper understanding of my condition and perhaps, with luck, find a more favourable environment in which I might finally find some amount of rest. And I've written down all of these dates. That looks weirdly pasted on. Those ones. That is a little bit suspicious to me, and now I wish I had a magnifying glass. That is not the same. Can you see that? I don't know if that's going to come through in the video, but the background of all 5 of those numbers looks questionable. But I suppose I don't mind it. Oops. I'm less suspicious given that the next date does not have it and is very similar to that date. So it's probably nothing. So on the 18th, my dear diary, to begin, I thought it best to start with my own... Hang on, when did she die again? Laid to rest. 83. So this is like 4 years before she died. Married in 51. We don't know when she was born. Okay. I wanted to know how old she was here and how old she was when she died. She married in 51. I mean, back in those days, it was probably normal to be 20s. 30s might have already seemed a bit old back then. So let's say she was 25 in 51. That would suggest she was born in something like 1925. Let's also assume she was similar in age to Simon, who I thought was born around 1923. Okay. So if she was of similar age, then probably about 1923, 1925. So she would have been, well, how old? In 51, something like 25, 26. And then at death, oh, I wasn't showing this, sorry. Probably born around the same time, roughly speaking, as Simon. So sometime around Simon H. Sinclair, 1923. That would put her at 56 or so when she wrote the sleep diary. And... oh, 60. Oh, that's not very old, is it? That's remarkably young. We don't know how she died. Okay. To begin, I thought it best to start with my own room, despite already knowing how unsuitable it's been for my sleep of late. Perhaps it is all the old memories that linger here, as it is impossible not to think of my home, home among so many mementos of my youth. Nonetheless, I find comfort in gazing at the stars before dozing off, and it pains me to consider that if this trial is successful, it may be one of the final occasions that I sleep here. My room, sleep duration 2.5 hours. Peaceful, despite brevity. I woke the following morning with 10 less steps, but also observed an additional star in the sky. Later. A few days later. Last night, I retired to the guest room, as I have yet to gain the courage to ask anyone to surrender their room to me, even for a night. This bedroom is a cozy space, normally reserved for guests staying the weekend. However, I found, despite having a choice between 2 beds, that neither proved to be very comfortable. I must speak with Herbert about this, as our guests deserve, at the very least, as much comfort in their stay as we have. Sleep duration 4 hours, quality very fragmented, observable effects nothing special. So for me, that's now the Quest bedroom. The next day. My dear diary, it was strange to sleep in the childhood room of my late husband. So he has died before this, and I think I have that written down already. Simon H. Sinclair. Yeah. Died sometime before 1979, 122. Yeah. The room was just as I had imagined it from the stories he told me of growing up with an elder brother. Right, the older brother is Herbert. Yes. I got confused then. I thought it was Herbert telling the stories, and then oh, hang on, what's going on? Herbert informed me that the room has remained untouched, almost identical to when they both occupied it. To avoid any accidents, I slept in the bottom bunk, as climbing ladders is not as easy as it used to be. So yeah, she's 50-something. Despite my exhaustion, my thoughts of Simon kept me up through most of the night. This doesn't say if they're positive or negative thoughts, but she does have a locket of him, so I've got to assume positive. Bunk room. Twice the usual, 2 times as restless. The next morning, I went to the family tomb to visit his grave, and was surprised to find a flower already laid. This is really one of the only threads that I've got to tug on at the moment, or at least that I know how to tug on. Next, I could not bring myself to ask Hartley directly if I could borrow his room for my sleep study. The mere thought of it was mortifying. Instead, I decided to roll the die, as he often puts it, and wait for his night off to sneak into his room to nap. The experience of sleeping in a servant's room was thrilling, but the fear of getting caught was overwhelming. Every little noise startled me, and I couldn't manage to sleep for more than a few moments, fearing Hartley would return at any time. Sleep duration, probably 1 hour, or perhaps 1 hour rather. Quality, terrible. About half the steps the following day. I also discovered a stray die had found its way into my pocket, which was hardly shocking, given Hartley's history. So I haven't tried sleeping there, but it doesn't sound particularly useful. A single die for half the steps doesn't sound like a good trade. Next, my dear diary. I have to confess that I was initially hesitant to spend the night in the Baron's room. It's extravagantly showy, with every surface adorned with gold and every piece of furniture so large it seems almost comical. But as I lay down on the enormous bed, I was surprised to find that I felt entirely at ease. Even the absurdly oversized pillows were somehow comfortable, propping me up just right, so that I didn't feel any strain on my neck or back. I slept more soundly than I have in weeks, and I woke up feeling genuinely rested for the first time in what feels like forever. Clara. What's she going to do about that, though? Is she going to shack up with Herbert for the next 4 years? Master bedroom. Sleep duration 8 whole hours. Quality the best in many months. I woke feeling very refreshed with more energy and more steps than normal. And in my tests, it gave me, I believe, 10 extra steps. A few days later, and these ones look pasted on again. Is it every time it's on the right-hand page, maybe? It might be. It might be every time it's on the right-hand page. As fate would have it, just as I had begun to make progress in my quest of slumber, a most joyous event has interrupted my progress. My beloved daughter has given birth to a son, and has requested my presence in town to assist her during this exciting but demanding time. For now, I shall take my leave of the bedrooms of Mount Holly, but I am certain, dear diary, that one day I shall return. Lady Clara Epson, grandmother. Then she draws this. So, what do I have that's actionable here? What do I have that's a clue, that's a lead? Well, I've slept in here, and have I? Hang on. Sleep in. End the day in. No, call it a day in particular bedrooms. Okay, what about Ladyship's chamber? Ah, there we go. Tested. Those seem to be the only effects. Started with 60 and +1 star. So it's a pretty good one to start in. To stop in. So I have tested that one. The guest bedroom, I did test this, apparently. Didn't see any effect, as expected. Bunk room, I've slept here multiple times, and I will again tonight. But yeah, I haven't been able to get the tomb the next day. Servants' quarters, haven't tried. Master bedroom, I did try. 10 more than usual. Hovel, seemed to give me 4 keys. The maid's chamber, not tested. Spare bedroom, not tested, and I doubt it will do anything. Starfish aquarium didn't seem to have any effect. Boudoir, didn't notice any change. Which sort of surprises me, honestly. Would have thought that the boudoir should do something. Indoor nursery, not tested. I feel like since I've turned it green, it might not count anymore anyway, so it might not be worth testing. And the dormitory, no obvious effect. So that's some actions I could take, is sleep in each room. She didn't like this one. That one didn't do anything. This one is interesting. This is the most interesting. Servants' quarters, I haven't tried. Probably should at some point. The master bedroom. I have slept in there. Yeah, more steps. And is there anything else to take from this? Well, it's this, isn't it? This is very interesting. But what can I do? I feel that it's yelling out to me to put an antechamber there, which is a weird thing to do. I'm not sure why I would, but imagine if I put an antechamber there and I walk in and I'm allowed to go in the first door and I see the other three closed. Then I go into the main house, pull all the levers, find and pull the levers, and I come back. What's going to be behind the doors? Is it just going to be blocked off? Or is there going to be something interesting there? I also want to pull room 46 here. I want to pull the foundation here. I want to pull the entrance hall here. I want to pull the garage here. That would be weird. Especially if I can open it up then via the utility closet. But, you know, what would that lead to? Master bedroom out there. Yeah, those things. Blessing of the monk in the outer room. And thing is, why is she talking about it? She isn't talking about the blessing of the monk, is she? I've tried putting her ladyship's chamber there already. Nothing special happened. I really thought something would. And is there anything else weird here? This bit just there looks a little bit spiderwebby, but I don't think that's anything. I don't know. Maybe I should look at that spot just left of the crossing. Don't remember your name. You're called Ashlyn, I think. That's her parents. Mementos of her youth everywhere. So I'm guessing it's, you know, books of poetry. These things, I'm guessing, are Arajan. Purple flag. The harp. The umbrellas with a swan handle. A little strange. Well, of course, Araja, it rains a lot in Araja. And the Araja hat, which is distinctly not a tricorn. These panels are so suspicious, and I really thought that something might open if I had this in the outer room, but no. Okay, so her ladyship's chamber got. I've only got 32 steps. I need to worry about that because I do want to end in the bunk room. And I also want to go to the precipice if I can. So I'm going to try my best. I'm going to hope for a dining room. I'm not going to go in the study. I'm going to hope for a dining room. I guess I'll just draw everywhere. I'll draw him. Dining room. Well, there we go. And it faces away from the antechamber. I'm fine with that. So let's have dinner. What will it be today? It's the quail. That wants a showroom, doesn't it? Got salt as well. Enjoy our lunch. Will it feed me twice, like it did the other day? No. Quail, do you want a showroom? Let's make sure. Oh, trophy room. I have that. Good. Of course. That makes sense. Alright, much more healthy. Very good. Okay. So, I want a office or throne room And I want anything that gives me a bishop. So let's look up what those things are. So office or throne room. Yeah, I've got that. Got all these. So bishop is chapel, attic, rumpus room, bookshop. I'm not going to get the bookshop. So rumpus room, attic, chapel. And I've thrown away the chapel. So my only hopes are the attic and the rumpus room. So let's do that here. Rumpus room would be fine here. Lockpick? No. Freezer would be actually kind of sweet. But no. At the end of the day, I'll see what I can. I'll see what I can do to get that. Laundry room? No. We redraw. Security is a little bit tempting, but conference, mail, no. Rumpus room, I'll have it for the bishop. I don't feel any need to go in, but I've got lots of steps now, so I will anyway. Treasure map, unusual. Where is it today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rank 6 left of center. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the treasure trove. Very, very appropriate. In fact, I think I'm going to go get that right now because I don't think I've ever had a treasure in the treasure trove. This looks like the spot. Am I in the right spot? This looks like the spot. Time to start digging. Cue the wrong sound effect. Yeah. I was hoping for something special being in the treasure trove. 40 coins, which makes me rather rich today. Okay, back through the vestibule. No. If I go through the vestibule, I risk wasting a key. Which I don't if I go this way. Thoughtless. Where are you? Now. East from the dining room. Alright, let's throw away the dark room. See what we get. No thanks. No thanks. I can be tempted to get a hallway or a passageway. Gives me more shots, doesn't it? I think I will take the passageway. Do I want to spend those gems on it? Yeah. I'll do that. Take me to the north. Give me a left-facing office. Do you know what? Security is acceptable. That achieves a couple things for me. It gets me to the antechamber. I can check Alzara, which I wanted to do. Oh, I don't have the west door open. Alright, never mind. I don't need to go to the antechamber. Oh, that's locked. That's fine. I've got a keycard. So... key and 2 coins. I guess I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I'll do the regular swan song, and then I'm going to check on Alzara. Staff services, staff announcements. Oh, there's a new one. Thursday, February the 3rd, 1994. Simon, last weekend I started making a list of upgrade discs I knew of. It's only half of them, but hopefully it will be of some help. Ladyship's chamber, Mechanarium, freezer, morning room, tomb, great hall, vault, garage. I don't know where I got mine. I know where I got some of them. Not all of them. Okay, staff announcements. 1994 to 3 from Kimberly. She says she started making a list of upgrade discs. She knows. She gives a list of half of the upgrade discs. Her Ladyship's chamber. Mechanarium. Freezer. Morning room. Tomb. Great hall. Vault. Garage. I may have to go through footage to find out where I've found them in the past. Shouldn't be that hard. I can search my chapters for when I got upgrades, but I may not have noted that every time, so that might be a bit of a pain. I can search for the first time that I went to each of these rooms. I know that I got one from the garage. That was in the trunk at the back of the car. Almost certain I got one from the vault, from one of the lockboxes. Great hall, don't know. Tomb, don't know. Morning room, don't know. Freezer, don't know. Mechanarium, probably in one of the corner rooms. Her Ladyship's chamber. Have I definitely had Mechanarium with all 8 doors? I think I have. And her Ladyship's chamber, don't know. So maybe it could be that these 8 are sort of fixed, whereas maybe the other 8 are sort of randomly given to you. For example, I've definitely bought one from the Commissary before. And I've picked them up in the Lost and Found, although I don't know if that's a special case. What else? Don't know what else. Alright, let's go to the upgrade discs place. And I'm told in the staff announcement from Kimberly on 4, 2, 3. Hang on. That some of them come from here, and I will check this offline, I think. I'm going to write this again. Freezer, morning room, tomb, great hall. I don't like that I put capital there. Vault, carriage. Is that 8? Yes. Okay, good. Request schedules change. Special orders. Shoes. Wish I could order an upgrade disc. And do you know what? Let's look at email. Nope. Let's do RTA. Let's do the lab. It's a bit late for the lab, but let's do it anyway. Any moment. Set up one of these. Actually, we should do packet again, because I now know that there's no point in having the... What was it? There was one that I used and decided it's not worth having anymore. The crates in the tunnel, was that it? I thought I already removed that. Was there something else? Oh, the lockpicking one. Yeah, there's no point in the lockpicking one. No, I'm going to keep it just in case. Just in case it maxed out for the day. I'm going to keep it one more time. Aquariums, unseal. May as well do that. May as well do that. I don't know. Fireplaces? Gems drafting? Let's do fireplaces. It may not trigger. That's okay. Exit. And now we're going to do Swansong HSS. And we're going to look in Alzara. Okay, maybe it's under a Rumpus room. There we go. Fortune 1. Okay, the one that I want is not that. I don't remember what I wanted. Ah, only finder reads 7. Yeah, I want to know if he says there is a letter missing. Apparently he does. I'm going to watch it anyway. Anyway, it's Fortune 2 apparently. I think that's 1993. Rumpus room, Fortune 2.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Yeah, okay, so it could be that this simply a clue, the paintings puzzle. It could be. Maybe I need to not worry about that as much. Still very suspicious to me that there's one missing here. Still gotta figure this out as well. The Castle Cloak Court. Alright. Where are we now? No, I don't want to go in there. Yeah, we can go here. We get a bunch of extra redraws. An office in the corner would be just fine. Kitchen? No, not really. Come on, give me a king. I'm happy to throw that away. None of you are a king. Didn't I just throw this away? I could be tempted for a mailroom. Next time it comes up. Yeah. I'm always okay with a conservatory. Tin cat. Sweet. Yeah. West wing only, east wing only. Oh, damn. Magnifying glass. What did I want to look at with the magnifying glass? There was something. Was it the sleep diary? It might have been. Might have been. Alright. So, I think this is currently rare, but I do want to try sleeping in there at some point. So I think I will bring it up a little bit. Unusual. Greenhouse. Already commonplace, but I never freaking draw it. I did today one time. I'm fine with that. So I brought up Maze Chamber a little bit, just that I can sleep in there at some point. And I guess that's it. Okay. I'd rather draw from the passageway rather than from here, I think. Goodness, I have to throw you away again, huh? Nope. 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 Gotta watch my gems now. Still got four more rooms that I could draw. Still got 7 dice as well. I could be tempted by the conference room. Just to give me another door. No. Nope. Now this I could have. It gives me a star. I like stars. Yeah, I'll accept that. And possibly gems as well. Oh, that. Oh, nice. Alright, give me an office. Or a throne room. I don't think it's possible to draw a throne room here. My most likely place to draw a throne room would be into here, drawing west. Possibly here, drawing west. Possibly here, drawing east. Wait. What was offered in the conservatory? Was it patio or greenhouse? I don't remember now. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm worried about redraws now. Come on, give me an office. Attic, that has a... No, that's a bishop, isn't it? Not a king. Are there any items it could give me that allow me to redraw? It might give me dice. I'll take it and it might give me dice. I guess gems are redraws too, to a point. Compass, fine, may as well. Lots of regular keys today. I wonder if I didn't just get new keys, but also made keys more common. That'd be interesting. You have secrets. Baroness. How do I'll look behind here. There's something weird about, I think there's more to this than I know. I don't feel like I've picked up 8 items. Though perhaps I did. Because I think the chest only counts as 1. There are a couple keys. Yeah, I don't remember. No big items. Interesting. I've already got a lot of items, I suppose. Maybe it's because of that. Okay. Let's keep going. So I want to draw here from the west. I mean, that's the only place I can. And here from either way, I guess it doesn't matter. Alright. Also want to get places with fireplaces, I guess, if I can. I thought I already threw away the archives. And I've definitely thrown that away and that. The crown of blueprints doesn't seem to work. Come on, give me an office. I suppose I'll accept a straight through room if I really cannot have an office. I don't want the Chamber of Mirrors. Really running out here. Is the Mechanarium worthwhile? I don't think so, really. I could open the west door. That would give me one more room to check. Yeah, okay. Let's go do that now. Am I going the right way? Yep. Oh, look at that. My camera's frozen again. Anyway, yeah. Let's continue. Antechamber. And I don't think there's... Oh, I wanted to stand on that. Can't stand on it. And we come this way. I don't think secret garden key works here. No. So, regular key. Oh, I could have used my lockpick. Would I prefer to use... So I'm less likely to get a throne room here. So I don't want to do too many redraws. Maybe I'll just do a couple at max. Could take that and get the allowance. I think I will. What I really want is throne room and then freezer would be pretty good. Take the quest bedroom. Get the steps. Get a gem. That's good. I could actually go outside to get more gems. Maybe I should. Get the allowance token. And then I want to go directly south as far as the hallway. In fact, maybe I will go outside of the schoolhouse to dig, maximize gems, maximize redraws. Then again, I can only do 8 per. So I may as well do the first try now. So as far as the hallway, left. Yeah, here we are. Come on, give me a throne room. Oh, there it is. Good. Thank you. So that's a king. Let's go in. Always seem to enter this way. And now I want to go in room 46 to see what happens if I've already got a crown. It's frozen again. Let's try again. If it freezes again, I'll just hide it and move on. Hopefully figure out what's wrong with it later. Alright, room 46. What do you give me if there's no crown? Nothing. Not a huge shock, I suppose. I'm tempted to look at the will again because it's that kind of day. Gonna do it. Alright, let's see. So, room 46. This. Why have I written that postmark thing there? Don't know. Whatever. Okay, so I will tap that in. 1. Veranda Aries. 2. Iraja. 3. Arch Aries. 4. Mora J. Which one's Mora J? Not that. I think that one. 5. Vera. 6. Karaka. 7. Nuance. 8. Fenaries. Okay. So the deed. Clementine. The deed I'm not massively... Oh look, it's frozen again. I'm just going to hide the camera. So it's... I don't think I'm massively interested in the deed. It's kind of interesting, the southwest of Reddington and so on. The high road to Tanner Fork. But it's the will which is more interesting, I think. So let's go through it again. Never been married, have no children. Debts and outstanding expenses to be paid soon. Yep. Being really nice to the staff. The valet gets the house, well, a different house. The lake house. Very good. Now, my late cousin Tillen's 2 children, Courtney and Rygard. Aaron, who's sometimes been impulsive and hasty in their actions. Cuckoo clock. Courtney and Rygard. In the case that Lionel Epson should return, he gets some stuff. And this confirms that what I thought was her grave is indeed her grave. In addition, the gallery stuff, yep, gives you clues on that. 1 year hence. Grand Cathedral of Iraja. Bequeath 8 stone statues. Gives me the names of all of them. And includes Draxus. Been in the Sinclair tomb for multiple generations. I was wondering if you could see through it with a magnifying glass. Blah 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 blah. Safeguarding our family's secrets. Yeah. Can bequeath to my grand nephew, son of Mary Matthew, or the rest, residue and remainder of my estate, and of my right, title and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly, as a token of the cordial and affectionate friendship for which which for nearly half a century his grandmother, Clara Epson, has shown me. Nearly half a century. It's possible she was a bit older, I suppose, or maybe they met when they were very young. Or maybe he's stretching half century a little bit. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate of Mount Holly. This room, among other things of value, holds the physical deed to the entire estate, I've just seen that, as well as many other personal effects and policies of insurance. I'm not quite sure what they are. I mean, there's stuff on the shelves and in the drawers, but policies of insurance? The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I'm confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. This is a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse, and the above clauses on this page and provisions pertaining to that clause shall be considered null and void, and the rest of my estate shall be disposed of and gifted to the Orindian Heritage Foundation, under condition that the house be immediately winnowed and sealed with explicit instructions and allowances that the site shall not be reopened until black flags are once again flying over Oris, or 110 years have passed since my death, whichever day shall come first. So 110 is a little bit interesting. Why is 110 interesting? 110. That's how many rooms, how many floor plans there are. Is that all? It's the price of the Swinbird plush, not flush. Can I get 110 from any of this stuff? There is 110. And no. This. I'm actually going to delete that line. That line is nonsense. 1,211 too. No. Yeah. Okay. Whichever day shall come first. As one final gift to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, regardless of whether he finds room 46 or not, I leave and bequeath to him the original manuscripts of his mother's works that were produced here under the roof of her childhood home. These preliminary draft copies include red prints, which she wrote while visiting the estate during the brightest of her days, and a new clue, which she penned here during the darkest. So, I don't have these manuscripts. I don't have an original copy of the red prints either. There's the one I get from the library has been edited, and the one in the master bedroom has been edited. Wait, I don't get one from the library, sorry, in the nursery. Nursery? Is it the nursery? Yeah, it's the nursery. The nursery and the master bedroom. They don't have the original ending. So the original manuscript of the red prints may be interesting. I would also, they include, so it might be more than these, but I guess they have at least these two. So the new clue might be interesting too. It might have details about what I'm supposed to understand from the various things that it says. I hope that in due time and in the natural order of things, you'll come to be content as I have with what little of herself she left us. Yeah, witness whereof, blah 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 blah, 1993, 18th of March. Yeah. So the natural order of things. That's the order of the angels, isn't it? Does this mean that it's somewhere down in the catacombs? Because he's saying be content as I have with what little of herself she left us. And, I mean, that's what she left, right? She left these draft copies. And if I need the natural order of things, that's the order of the angels, I think, to do that, then it would stand to reason that I'm supposed to find the manuscripts by entering in that order. Now, I think it's also possible that that's something that I need to do in the chapel, but I don't know how. My only guess there is by getting Draxus. What else is actionable here? Anything? So I need to look more carefully in the catacombs, I think. It could also be not just the catacombs, but everything else down there. It could be that they're in the basement or in the abandoned mine or the reservoir or the underpass, the sanctum even, but I've not been able to find anything like that. So I don't think I'm done with that, but I don't know how to continue. Nothing else in there, I think. So, I guess I can turn off my lights a bit more comfortable. Yeah, the lights shining at me. I suppose these are personal effects. Thought I saw an interaction cursor just for a moment there. But I think my eyes deceiveth me. Okay. I think I move on. This is weird. What's it supposed to be? Okay, so I need to get down here. I have all the chess pieces, but I may as well go and draft this. Do I want to have a look in the study? I don't think so. I'll go down there, see what I can draw. How do I get there? Looks like... yeah, I go this way, and then I head pretty much directly this way. And dig through the courtyard. Not courtyard, the, this thing. The cloister. And the boudoir. Oh! Right, I got her ladyship's chamber, so that got powered up. Yes, observatory, foundation, hallway. Right, and I think I want a freezer, if I can have one, and I'm happy to spend everything. So I suppose this time I spend dice first, because I'd like to hang on to the gems. Have I ever tried getting all of her ladyship's rooms in one day? I'm not sure if I have. Anyway, we managed to get the freezer, freeze the gems. I don't think I have anything... No, I don't have anything that I can break this with. Oh, yeah I do. Got the hammer. but I can't thaw the other stuff. Okay, did manage to get the freezer. Can't smash these. Alright. So what next? I'm near the bottom of the house. So I should go via the coat check. Yeah, so we go through the commissary. I want to go up to the well, just to look up. Could be nothing. Probably is nothing. And I want to go down below to check on the chest stuff. Check item. Jackhammer. Back you go. And I've got the moon pendant still, so I'll see what I start off with tomorrow. Alright, let's go and look up. There are stars. Maybe I see something fun. Maybe I don't. Let's go all the way down first. Well, I do see stars, but I was hoping for something a little more special. Okay, I also want to go to the chest room. Should I go through here? I guess it doesn't really matter much. I'll just take the elevator over here. Suspicious. Okay. Castle, you say? I will do my best. So, bear with me while I draw a little diagram. Let's see, I've got a queen in the top left. I've got a knight in security. No, hang on, is it a rook in security? Whatever, I know there's a rook in the Nook. We've got pawns all over the place. But, for example, the bunk room, I think. Certainly dead. Pawn. In fact, I don't need to draw a diagram, do I? I can just look at this each time. So, rook in the Nook. Nook, bottom left. and king in the throne room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, let's castle. I did it. What do you want from me? Okay, what if I put them in the right places? And then just drag one on top of the other? What if I've got them in their backwards positions and then put everything else in place? So, I need a bishop in the Rumpus room. 7. I need... let's see... pawn in lots of places. I'm just going to put a pawn out at random. There you go. I need a queen in the study. There's one top left, I believe. And a knight observatory. I think it was here? No. No. There. So they are in their opposite places. Come on, let me do a special move with you. Okay, what if, it's castling, isn't it? What else could this mean? I've also got a rook in the conservatory in the corner. And where else? Maybe nowhere else today. This is sort of the right positioning, isn't it? Oh, I hoped. I hoped. It's the right spacing. Well, let me look at the wording again. Special move. The rook can perform a special move with another piece. Alright, rook. Perform your special move, the king. Can I take them away? Perform a special move. Well, let's try it again. Where was the bishop? Rumpus room, something like that. The queen, the knight, there. Pawns all over the place. Please, castle. Well. And you won't let me do anything with you anymore. Alright. The rook can perform a special move with another piece. So I can take the rook, and the next time I'll swap it for the king. Maybe I'll do it the other way round. I'll take the king. Each day choose a colour. Rooms of the chosen colour are more likely to be drawn while drafting. Yes, I accept. And then on a future day, I can trade them. Well, that stays open. I don't remember it staying open. Did they always stay open? I don't know if they did. I kind of hope they didn't, because this might mean progress. Well, yeah, it won't let me do anything, so I still don't know what to do here. But yeah, that is the plan, to trade one piece for the other. And here I am looking for smashable walls, which there are none. Did I try here? Because I still have the power hammer, I believe. Yes, yes I do. Okay, so we're done down here for now, with no great insights. You, what are you? It ought to be along here. If I come up here when the elevator's down, I think I have. I'm going to go and remind myself. It's adventure day after all. What else did I still want to do? I wanted to go to the bunk room and call it a day there, and I think that's all that was on my list. Just having a look to see if any of this looks like the illustration in A New Clue, but it doesn't particularly. So I think we exit from the well. And go check it out over here. So it closes itself off. I may have already known this. Okay, I should consult the checklist, shouldn't I? Nope. Nope. Treasure map. Nope. Or rather, already done. Chess puzzle. Well, tried. Quest bedroom, done. Nope. Is there anything I want to craft? Don't think so. Nope. Nope. Oof. I got nothing right now. So I think not today for the study. Check on staff announcements, done. Spread money, no. Puzzles, done. Freezer, done. Conservatory, done. Coat check, done. Blessing, no. End day somewhere interesting. So, Schoolhouse is blue. Bunk room will be it. So, that's easy to get to. Off we go to end the day. That's not the right way. We can get some steps from here. Probably. Yeah. What did I order? Almond rune. Okay. Time to end the day. In my grandfather and great uncle's or grand uncle's childhood shared bedroom. And hope once again, to draw Tomb tomorrow. Sup, hamster? And this is right. He always writes in red. When I first played, I thought this was me, but this is other Simon, my grandfather. So I guess he also liked red. My brother returns from college, and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him a long, long time ago. Hopefully you find it as hilarious as I do. I honestly have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I wouldn't have another day crossed out. I still would rather have had a sister. Congrats on the diploma, and welcome home. So this suggests, well, he's a few years younger, right? So I was about to say it suggests that Simon did not go to college in Karaka, but I mean he's a few years younger, so it might have just been going later. Right, time to call it a day. What a strange day this was. So, today it is the Royal Hotel tomorrow. Royal, I suppose, because I had a throne room, it appears. 8 bedrooms, 9 tomorrow rooms. I don't think I've had Royal Hotel of Tomorrow before, so that's fun. Mount Holly Hotel, it says. Yeah, so I spent a long time thinking, going through those Blue Tents memos. Filled up the house, 46 rooms. Rank 10. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it, to be honest. I had some thoughts. I don't know how many of them are good and how many of them are bad. Still, I've had some thoughts. Tested a few things. I didn't try out the study again, but I did review a few things here and there. The sleep diary. Nothing too new in the treasure trove. Nothing exciting, at least. Reviewed that Alzara fortune. Fell asleep again in the bunk room. Hopefully that will lead to something. Oh, and I tested my crackpot theory of heading to the well and looking up. Yeah, so I'm going to start tomorrow with a bunch of stuff. That's good. So at least I've set up, even if nothing much else. And of course I've switched the gas lines back on. All right, I'm going to call it a day. Thanks for joining me. bye-bye. I'll now head into the tent. Good night.